The estimated SOF is 1,391. Let's go points racing. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Green flag, green flag.
My
You're on
bad.
the right, 3 wide, clear all around. They say you cut the cord. You'll have to slow down and give up the time gained. We've got damage on the back end. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straight.
What the fuck? No wonder I don't have track. No wonder I don't have track record on that, bro. Oh no.
There's an incident behind. Car in P3. Just set the fastest lap. 57.621. Car on your left. Clear. That car is a lap down. That was your fastest lap of the session. Five minutes to go. The leader just did a 58.307. New fastest lap for you.
Oh no, bro. What the fuck, bro?
There's an incident behind. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. White flag this time.
No,
Right
no,
side,
no,
clear.
fuck, bro.
Left side. Clear. Car stopped on the right. Car stopped on the right.
What the fuck?
My gosh, girl, you look majestic. Wow.
Nah, we are cooked, bro, in that race, bro. We are so cooked, bro. Nah, we are cooked, bro, in that race, bro. We are so cooked. Absolutely cooked, bro.
What's worse than one Jimmy?
Oh, gure.
ありがとう。その言葉が全てだ。
The message I'm really trying to drive home, because you came in with the question of like, how do we control the mid game better? If we can just never see a 4-man tier 2 tower before like 25 minutes, that would just be fantastic. I want to see the priority of how much of the map are we farming. We get a kill, okay, how much map can we farm? That's like the communication. So when you're making calls and you get a kill, it's like, okay, what farm do we get now?
So is there ever such a thing, like at this kind of timing, like 13 minutes or whatever, is there ever such a thing as just like a completely free tier 2 tower?
If you have like a DK or a troll and the three of you go split up and farm while the DK or the troll kills the tower, go ahead. Like, think about it, because if Sniper goes and farms this, say your PL is a troll. Sniper farms here. The supports farm, like one of you farms here and the other one TP's here. And the troll solo kills the tower. Then that's fine. The problem is that you guys are not farming the camps nearby on both sides and this wave. So it can be a quote-unquote free tower if you can farm the camps next to it while somebody kills the tower. the message I'm really trying to drive home because you.
This is one of the best pizzas I've made so far, and I didn't even use any yeast. I learned how to make sourdough pizza after I
shit,
grew my own starter a month ago from just water and flour.
God.
To make this pizza, I fed my starter the night before, and when it doubled in size in the morning, I poured 60 grams of it into 410 grams of cold water. You'll know the starter's ready when it floats in water like this. I stirred to dissolve it with 16 grams of salt, then I added 600 grams of pizza flour and kneaded it for 10 minutes before giving it a couple slap and folds on the table. A quick rest, more slap and folds, and another rest builds the gluten and makes the dough super smooth. After a few hours at room temperature, I portioned it into 4 balls and kept them in these oiled containers for 2 days in the fridge. You'll start seeing more and more air bubbles each day. I think the one drawback with sourdough is that it takes a lot of time to ferment, but in the end you get this light, fluffy dough packed full of flavor you can't even get with regular yeast. And it's much healthier and easier to digest. After 2 days, the dough should double in size, and I let it come to room temperature for a few hours before stretching and baking. I guarantee that this will get you an amazing pizza. This is one of the best pizzas I've made so far, and I didn't even use...
Ah.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN. Work and have people on a bonus VPN video. You'll get asked a lot is, why is it that slipstream is such a good thing that drivers seem to desperately chase for a bit of extra speed, but dirty air is such a bad thing that slows the cars down, when, you know, both things are just the effect of following another car? And I did actually do a video on this in the way back when with a janky bit of PowerPointing and a webcam microphone, but since it's still asked aplenty, I thought it deserves a full remaster that I can be proud of. Now, it's easy to forget as we walk around that air is physically present all around us. This sounds a bit silly, but on a human scale at normal human speeds, it's easy to completely forget it's there at all. That is until you, for example, stick your face close to an open car window while travelling and get absolutely blasted with the stuff until your eyes water and your hair gets knotted. Or if you just remind yourself of Jeremy Clarkson's atom face. Yes, air certainly is made of stuff. It has mass and pressure and buoyancy, all the good stuff. It's easy enough to walk through, but it gets harder and harder to push through as you try moving faster and faster. Air, like water, is a fluid, and if you've gone swimming or even just moved your hand through a body of water, you know how much force it can take to push through it. It resists you. And it's probably easier to keep thinking of air as water in this video, as the human experience in water is much closer to how an F1 car experiences air. It is thick and resistant. If you're moving on a little raft and you stick a flat hand or an oar face into the water to your left, the left side will break as the water resists it, and the raft will turn to the side as the right side outpaces the left. Similarly, if an F1 car would stick a big flat piece of air onto one side, it too will be pulled in that direction as the braking takes effect from the air resisting it. The fluid air resisting forward motion is drag. It's what keeps a parachutist from plummeting to earth, and it's what holds an F1 car back as it tries to accelerate. As the car powers forward, it is resisted backward by the air it's trying to push through. And the amount of drag force pulling back on the car depends a lot on the size and shape of the car as well as the density of the air itself. So if F1 cars were just big cubes on wheels, they would experience a much higher drag force than the pointy, slippery shapes they actually are. But whatever the shape of the car or the thickness of the air, the size of the drag is always proportional to the velocity of the car squared. Now this is a dramatic effect. So say at 50 kilometers an hour your car experiences this amount of drag force. It doesn't matter what the exact value is, just call it F or whatever. If you double your speed to 100 kilometers an hour, the drag increases by 2 times squared. So you're now experiencing 4 times the drag you did at 50 kilometers an hour. At 150 kilometers an hour, 3 times the original speed, you'll have 9 times the original drag. At 200 kilometers an hour, you'll be fighting against 16 times the original drag. And by 350 kilometers an hour, which is the kind of top speed you'll be reaching on the straights, the drag force is now 49 times that of the drag you felt at 50 kilometers an hour. Now 50 kilometers an hour is basically nothing in an F1 car, but try and remember sticking your hand safely out of a car window at 30 miles an hour and how thick the air feels pulling back on your hand. Now imagine 50 times that amount. It's a lot. And F1 cars are pulling a lot of power overcoming that. Those rear wings are dragging hard, and that's why DRS even exists, to flatten the wing and alleviate a bit of that resistive force. But that's why the slipstream is so powerful. That's why you see drivers positioning themselves behind other cars on long straights and in the races and in quali. When a car passes through the air at such speeds, it pushes the air away en masse, creating a low density hole in its wake. And with less air in the slipstream, that's less air to be fighting against and a significantly less drag. And when the forward force to rearward drag balance tips forward, that results in better acceleration and a quicker path to maximum velocity. So on long straights, slipstream can be super powerful. You don't have to take as long getting to high speeds, and overall you'll take a shorter time from corner exit to corner entry. And high speeds mean overtaking. You can use the slipstream to accelerate harder while your rival is fighting the drag and outpace them down to the next corner. Lovely. Now we saw a great example of that at the start of the Russian Grand Prix. Sochi has a very long run to the first braking zone at turn 2. Russell from third got a better launch than Sainz in second, but Russell was out on his own, pushing against the full wall of air and experiencing maximum drag. Sainz though tucked himself into Norris's slipstream and was able to accelerate at such a pace that he took the lead by turn 2. What a visible difference it made. Okay, so dirty air then. We talk about how following in another car's wake is so good for speed and aero efficiency, but we also talk about how following in another car's dirty air slows you down and makes overtaking so much harder. It's a real bugbear of F1, and the massive 2022 rule changes have a lot of focus around fixing that specific issue. Everyone complains about it. I even made a song about it. So how do these two ideas marry up consistently? Well, it's actually pretty simple really, and as with all things, it's about the balance between cornering and straight line speed. Before we even consider other cars' aero wakes, we can consider the car on its own. It has been designed and tuned to master the trade-off between going as fast as possible on the straights and being able to rocket through the corners, traits which get in each other's way. See, if you just wanted to go fast on a straight line, you wouldn't have this massive rear wing on the back, which acts basically like a big parachute for all intents and purposes. They add masses of drag, which, as we just covered, is bad for outright speed. But to turn through the corner at the kind of speeds F1 cars are capable of, you need to push the tyres into the track hard. The relationship between how hard an object is pushed against the surface and how much it resists sliding is linear. And that just means if you push it down twice as hard, it will resist being pushed along the surface twice as hard. If you're going to throw an F1 car around a corner at 150 kilometers an hour, obviously you're going to have to fight the natural urge of the car to just fly off the outside of the corner. And these are 750 odd kilogram machines. That's a lot of momentum to overcome. So to get the tyre to grip hold of the track and allow them to take corners that fast, you need downforce pushing them firmly into the ground. Downforce comes from the aero. The weight of the car alone isn't enough to push it down. While drag pulls the cars backward, downforce pushes the cars down. I've got videos where I go into actual aerodynamics in more detail, but to keep it simple here, just think that if we use the car's aero to force large masses of air upwards, then those large masses of air will be forcing the car downwards. No action without reaction and all that. So in this case, having a hefty load of thick air is useful to you. You can push against it and make it work for you. Back in our raft example, we could push the water with oars to propel and steer the craft. You push the water back, the water pushes you forward. But imagine trying to paddle and the water just not really being there where you need it, or being thin, bubbly, inconsistent, like there's nothing really to push against. Well, then you couldn't really control your raft well at all. And that's the thing with dirty air. When following a car around a corner, it messes up all the nice, thick, consistent air you need to generate downforce. So you can't push as hard in the corners, you have to go slower, you fall further behind, and you lose opportunity to stay with the car ahead for when overtaking opportunities come, on a straight or into a braking zone. I mean, dirty air is a little more specific than just the big hole left in the air behind the leading car. F1 Aero is designed to do very specific actions like generate or boost powerful vortices off the front wing, or throw out some of the air like a wall to dispel the messy air from the tyres. And all of these effects create chaotic conditions in the air behind, so the air isn't just thin, it's messy, disruptive, unpredictable. The 2022 rules reduce designers' ability to make such a mess with their overbody aerodynamics in an effort to improve quality of air behind and give chasing cars a chance to stay close through the corners. We'll see how well that works soon enough. But TLDW for this video, cars create wakes and mess behind them that reduce drag and downforce. Drag is bad for straight line speeds, but downforce is good for cornering speeds. Hope that's clear.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. The estimated strength of field is 1,306. It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp.
Good luck, everyone. Good luck.
Waiting on the final car to grid. Green, green, green. There's an incident ahead. Left side. Clear on the left. Left side. Keep to the right. You're on the right. 3 wide. Left side. 2 wide. Still there. Hold your line. Clear on the left. Slow car ahead. Left side. Still there. Hold your line. Clear. Car right. Keep to the left. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right. Go right. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car stopped on the right. Go right. Car on your left.
That bro.
Clear on the left. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 57.387. Left side, you've just set your fastest lap of the session. Clear, you're in the top 10. Left side, clear. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. Five minutes to go. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. You got a slow car on the right. The leader is running 58.196. Go right. Car on your left. Clear. Car right. Still there, hold your line. Still there, hold your line. Still there. You're on the left, 3 wide. Still there, still there. Right side, 2 wide. Clear on the right, car right. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 1 second. Clear all around. Car on your left.
Yo.
Still there. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear. There's an incident behind.
You braked very hard. All right, man.
You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 1.8 seconds. White flag, stay smooth. Car stop on the left. Checkered flag, checkered flag. Good job, very good job.
week ago, I turned 50.
Whisperflow understood what I was trying to say
really
and gave me the exact output I wanted. Check out the difference between this same sentence being dictated into Siri versus Whisperflow. Let's meet at 12 p.m. at Joe's Pizza. Wait, no, actually I can't do 12, so let's do 12:30. And instead of Joe's, let's go to Kelly's Diner. Whisper.
A week ago, I turned 57. And if I could go back to talk to my 20-year-old self and give him some advice, here are the 50 things I would say. Number 1, work on your willpower. You'll never reach your full potential or outwork your rivals if you can't focus for long periods of time. This was true when I was younger, but it's even more applicable now with so many distractions fighting for your attention. If you can focus and work hard, you'll be miles ahead of everyone else. So why not use this video as a test for yourself? If you can reach the end without skipping and actually listen to everything I say on a deep level, then you'll be in the minority. Number 2, become more of a producer than a consumer. I understand consuming content is key, especially if you learn a lot. However, you should always be trying to put more out into the world than you're taking. Otherwise, you'll end up robbed of your time and attention. Number 3, be nice to people on the come up because you never know where they're going to be in the future. There have been countless times when I've underestimated someone's potential only to see them achieve incredible success later on. By treating everyone with kindness and support, even if you're unsure about their plans, you create good karma. If they strike it big, they're likely to remember those who were in their corner, and you may benefit from that connection too. Number 4, watch what most people are doing and then do the opposite. It took me a few years to find the courage to leave my 9-to-5 job and start my own business. I was comfortable with the routine of receiving a paycheck and accepting life as it was. However, when I built a staircase for a wealthy entrepreneur, I realized there was another path available. I'm grateful I took that chance. I mean, I wouldn't be a millionaire now if I continued working for someone else. This is a pretty simple idea, because if you do what everyone else does, then you're gonna get the same results. So reject the idea of being normal and vanilla. As the saying goes, if you're everyone's cup of tea, then you're a mug. Number 5, who you know matters 1,000 times more than what you know. A great network beats money in the bank every time. I can't count how many times my connections have helped me out. Number 6, never talk behind someone's back. If you have a problem with someone, you should address it with them directly or not at all. You may think that gossiping about people when they can't hear you makes you seem cool, but it actually makes you seem less trustworthy to those who are listening, as they'll think you're doing the same behind their backs. Number 7, give yourself permission to make more mistakes. Most of my success has come from my failures. I wish I knew this sooner. I mean, I enjoy skiing with my son, and I remember one year we competed to see who could fall the least. I won as Curtis fell over a lot. However, he improved tremendously, and now he's a much faster skier than me. This just proves that failure leads to improvement if it's embraced. So remember, if you never fail, then you're probably not trying hard enough. Number 8, make reversible decisions quickly. I actually picked this one up from Jeff Bezos, as he said, with a decision that you can go back on, your biggest risk is dragging your feet and not making a decision. However, when decisions are irreversible, slow them down, as the biggest risk here is making the wrong decision. So it's worth getting as much information as possible before taking action. Number 9, focus on one thing at a time. The truth is, there is no such thing as multitasking, just multi-failing. So give yourself time to focus on one thing deeply without distractions. Trust me, you'll achieve far more. Number 10, don't be the best, be the only. You can do this by learning seemingly unrelated skills and combining them together. Steve Jobs is well known for mixing his love for calligraphy and design with technology and creating Apple as we know it today. He was the only person doing that at the time. This is one of my golden pieces of advice, and after every 10 bits of advice, I'm going to drop another one of these. Number 11, if you don't like something, then change it. If you can't change it, then change your attitude. Never complain. I used to be a bit of a complainer, but as I've gone through life, I've realised that 80% of the time, no one cares about your problems, and 20% of them wish they had them in the first place. Even if your whole world is crumbling, complaining won't do anything positive for you. I'm not saying you can't express your feelings, however, it's important to remember we all have our own problems and not many people care about fixing yours. Number 12, work smart, not hard. As I've grown old and grey, I've seen the birth of lots of revolutionary technology like colour TVs, the iPhone and artificial intelligence. The crazy thing is, a lot of my generation aren't like me and choose to reject it, which makes working smart very difficult. But for you tech-savvy youngsters, working smart and building a business has never been easier. I mean, take a look at this for example. One of the hottest businesses at the moment is e-commerce, as it's infinitely scalable and provides geographical freedom. But building a website requires either a unique skill set or money to pay somebody else to do it for you. But with Build Your Store AI, you can get a fully custom Shopify store built completely for free in less than 2 minutes. Here's one I made earlier. As you can see, all I had to do was select the niche of my store, pick some images that worked, and then let AI take care of the rest. The website even comes with winning products and ready pages, like policies and returns. Of course, this is all fully customizable, but it's a great starting point and perfectly sums up working smart and not hard. I'll leave a link in the description below if you're interested in selling products online and having a free website built for you. The link also gives you access to a special Shopify trial for $1, so you can launch your business risk-free. Number 13, assume you can learn something from everyone you meet. I'm not afraid to admit that in my 20s, I was a little bit arrogant.
Mengelola karyawan bukanlah pekerjaan yang sederhana. Dari rekrutmen,
I thought I knew everything, but looking back, I now realise how much more I still had to learn. I'm very aware that in 10 years' time, I'll look back at what I currently know and probably think the same. Even at 57, I'm still learning new things every day. So if I were you, I'd just skip the arrogant stage and be open to learning new things, even from those younger than you. Number 14, never disrespect your elders. I know on the surface, we might seem boring, but us older people have been through a lot. Our experience can probably help you avoid many mistakes if you take the time to listen. However, if you disagree with something I say, you don't have to follow my advice. All I ask is that you listen with an open mind and then make your own decisions. Number 15, don't be afraid of change, embrace it. I started a chain of radio-controlled model shops in my 20s, and the goal was to expand all over the world. However, when the internet was created, that all changed. Suddenly, more and more people were shopping online and my shops were suffering. I could have just given up. However, instead I embraced the change and started the e-commerce side of my business and started making more than ever before. There's a famous quote that sums this up quite well, and it goes like this. Once a new technology rolls over you, if you're not part of the steamroller, you're part of the road. Number 16, live in the moment, not on your phone. Make the most of every moment. You don't need to capture everything for social media. Focus on what's happening right in front of you, especially when it's something you might never experience again. I didn't realise how many last times I went through without knowing it. Whether it's hanging out with your friends, that weekly bowling night, or a yearly tradition, one day it will be the final time and you probably won't even see it coming. Number 17. Always pay the bill. This one's for the guys. Yeah, it might sound a bit old school, but it's part of being a gentleman. Paying the bill is just a small gesture that shows you care. And no, it's not simping unless you're always doing it and getting nothing back. Number 18, say no if you genuinely aren't ready. It's okay to admit when you need more time or aren't quite prepared to take something on. Sure, people love to say fake it till you make it, but if you can't close that knowledge gap in time, it's smarter to turn it down rather than risk being in over your head. Number 19, present yourself in the way you wish to be perceived. It's important to think about how you want to come across to others.
Green.
Then make a conscious effort to present yourself in that way.
Okay, here comes your first time lapse.
Speak, what you post on social media, and even how you carry yourself. Think of it like building your own video game character from the ground up. Number 20, mentally prepare yourself for your loved ones dying. I know this isn't the nicest thing to talk about, but you do need to think about it. When something like this happens, it can send shockwaves throughout our lives, and if you aren't ready to withstand this, then you'll just crumble. Thinking this way also helps you to value every moment you spend with your loved ones, as nothing is forever. Number 21, never take rejection personally. Whether it's a job interview or something else, try to see things from their point of view. Use the feedback to improve the next time. Taking rejection personally just holds you back from growing and getting better. Number 22, don't be embarrassed to take a nap now and again. I know this one may sound silly, but when I was younger, I thought naps were for kids and old people, but I've met
One more
so
lap.
many millionaires that swear by having short power naps throughout the day. So don't be ashamed or embarrassed about taking a nap, as it can actually help you be more productive in the long run. Number 23, learn from those who disagree with you. Too many people are trapped in a bubble on social media, and they can't face their beliefs being challenged. Remember, you can learn something from everyone. So just because you don't agree on a couple of things, it doesn't mean you shouldn't listen to their opinions. Number 24, never be late. Punctuality is a sign of respect for other people's time and shows that you're reliable and trustworthy. Early is on time is late, and late is unforgivable. Number 25, be motivated by something greater than money. This comes from your values. Having strong values means that no one can buy you no matter how much they offer. These values are principles you refuse to compromise under any circumstances. One of mine is prioritising my family. If something isn't in their best interest, then I won't do it under any circumstances. So figure out what you're passionate about and make a stand.
Checkered flag,
This will
checkered
allow
flag.
you to command more respect from others.
Your car is
Number
smoking.
26, be fueled by vision,
the smoke?
not fear. Fearful people worry about losing what they have.
You've got some damage.
They never
Let's
see
get
far
that
enough
fixed.
ahead to build something for the future. Number 27, stand up to bullies. Ahead to build something for the future. Number 27, stand up to bullies. I stayed stuck in a job way too long, letting my manager push me around before I finally quit and started my own business. Trust me, you can't let anyone, whether it's a man or a woman, bully you. Most of the time, if you stand up for yourself once, that's all it takes. Bullies can seriously mess with your confidence, and that's the last thing you need when you're young and trying to find your own way. Number 28, use your unfair advantages. Everyone has certain strengths or circumstances that can give them an edge, and it's important to identify and use them. An unfair advantage is something that sets you apart, whether it's a specific skill, a connection, or your life situation. It's not about cheating, it's about recognising what you're naturally good at or the opportunities you have that others might not, and using those to your advantage to get ahead. Number 29, skip the flashy car. It's a waste in your 20s. Buy used but reliable. I've seen so many young people come into money quickly, only to blow it on things like luxury cars and designer gear. Sure, it's easy to have short-term success and splurge, but what's far more impressive is consistently building wealth over time. That's what true legends do. Number 30, prioritise your reputation. It's one of the few things that lives on after you die. I've had the unfortunate experience of attending many funerals in my time.
Good luck, guys.
And the
Be careful.
person is always remembered for their character. In other words, their reputation, not...
Good luck, man.
We don't need luck, bro. We need to put on the
The
brakes,
estimated
bro.
SOF is 1,315. A lot of opportunities today. Head down. Pick your battle.
Stand our foot in the brakes, not in the gas, bro.
Yeah.
And don't push it too hard like Brian did last race.
Green, green, green.
Good call.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
Thanks, buddy.
The next car's the leader.
Get on call, Bob.
New fastest lap for you. The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 57.575.
What the fuck are you doing?
Five minutes to go. The leader just did a 58.016. You got a slow car on the right. Go left. Car right. Clear. Car right. Still there, hold your line. Clear on the right. Go right. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 6.1 seconds. Car right. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Right side. Stay on the left. Clear. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 4.8 seconds. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 1.1 seconds. White flag, white flag. Car stopped on the right. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 1.4 seconds.
What the fuck are you doing?
All right, there's the checkered flag. Nice run, solid work.
Their achievement.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone. But getting in the zone and staying there, that feels more like luck than something you...
Number 31, don't compare yourself to your friends. We all have our own path to walk. As long as you're improving on what you've done before, then you're going in the right direction. If you do this for enough years, then you'll look back and be shocked at how far you've come. It's all about taking those baby steps and not getting distracted by what everyone else is doing. Number 32, don't let a bad day turn into a bad week. It takes less than 5 seconds for someone to ruin your day. And if you're not careful, that can spiral into a whole week of negativity.
Nah, heard bad news about him, bro. it's not a good content.
Basically, all racing drivers blink in almost the same spot around a lap. Why, you may ask? You obviously don't really want to blink when you're in a corner, especially when you're pulling high Gs, so normally try and blink on the straight. We also have a lot of air kind of going in our face, so it makes you want to blink even more. There's a good chance that if you could track everyone's blinks, they would be in basically the same spot around the lap. So blink is between 1/10 and 4/10 of a second. 2.5 tenths, because that's a quarter of a second. That's going to make my life easier soon. So, if you are doing 200 kilometers an hour, I'm going to need a calculator. So, 200, if we want to get it into meters per hour, is 200 times 1,000, which is 200,000 meters per hour. Divide that by 60, 3,333.333 meters per minute. We're going to divide that by another 60, 55.5555 meters per second. Then you divide that by 4, 13.888888, 14 meters. You will cover with your eyes closed. I feel like in a qualifying lap you wouldn't blink very much, but in a race lap, probably a bit. So I'm going to say 5 times a lap. So I reckon you would cover 70 meters a lap with your eyes shut. So there you go. That was more than I was expecting, actually. So another fun fact. Until my maths gets proven broken, and I think that was right. Basically, all racing drivers blink in almost the same spot around a lap. Why?
Here's all the sauces you can make from the most common mother sauce, tomato. Start with some really good quality Greek olive oil. My rule when making a tomato sauce is always use about double the amount of olive oil you think you need. It's going to add richness to the sauce. So we're going to add in some onion. We don't want it to get any colour at this stage. And then we're just going to sweat that down until it's got no colour, but it's nice and soft. So when they've just started to sweat down, I'm just going to add a touch of salt and a small amount of chopped garlic. Once it's sweat down to this level, tin of good tomatoes, a hit of black pepper, more olive oil for richness. I'm going to send it down to a gentle simmer. Sauce has been cooking for 10 minutes. I always like to add a little bit of sugar. So our sauce has had a total of 20 minutes. What you want is really nice intensity, sweetness, and then you want to balance, good pinch of salt, good pinch of pepper, and then turn the heat off. And an optional add-on I always do, buy a little bunch of basil like this and just rest it in there as the sauce cools down.
The best thing about this sauce is you can keep a large batch in the fridge and make countless sauces. These are 4 of my favorite.
This is arrabbiata sauce. Take off the tops of the chilies. I'm going to leave the seeds in. So more olive oil, chili goes in, extra garlic, and on a very low heat, saute this together. Cayenne pepper, about 1 teaspoon, tiny bit of tomato puree, cook off the tomato puree. Now add in 3 spoonfuls of your base sauce. Simmer it together until it's nice and intense and the chilies are nice and soft, and there we have it. Arrabbiata. I'm going to serve this one on a flatbread with mussels, octopus, parsley, and a little bit of green chili. Next up, vodka sauce, popularized by the New York restaurant Carbone. A little bit of Brunoise shallot, tiny pinch of salt. Once it's cooked down, add some garlic, chili flakes, add in your tomato puree, and cook it out. So add in 5 tablespoons of vodka, juice the alcohol, add in some cream, and the base sauce tomato. Bring this together, stir together.
Yeah, that's it for my first download. No, not really.
Mordro's been reading everybody. So, and...
Wait, where is the free immortal? Is it Shadow Demon or is it SF so good?
Hero, you're back! Look at Albert said the... Well, in short pain. Ah, I see.
Where is the free immortal, bro? Where are you, bro? What the fuck? Oh, it's a scam, bro. Where are you, bro? Shit, I'm handsome now. Yeah, I'm handsome. Let's try whether my account already unlinked into my friend's account. Try. I think it's already unlimited. Yeah, it's already unlinked and we are good, bro. Yeah, let's try to qualify and get a good match quality, bro.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. One more lap. The estimated SOF is 1,344. Keep it clean. A DNF today would hurt our points a lot. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
Just trying to burn some fuel.
Green, green, green. Right side. Keep to the left. Still there. Still there. Clear. Car right. Still there. Still there. Clear. Right side. Still there. Stay on the left. Clear. Car right. Clear. Slow car ahead. Go right. Right side. Clear on the right. Right side. Still there. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 57.755. You got a slow car on the left, car stopped on the right. Go left.
No way you fuck Christmas Demi. I fucking for it for that.
Car on your left. Stay on the right. New fastest lap for you. Clear on the left. Five minutes to go. Right side, clear. The leader just did a 58.798. Left side. Stay on the right. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Just set your fastest lap of the session. That was your fastest lap of the session. You just got the white flag. That means one more lap to go. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Car stopped ahead. Checkered flag, checkered flag.
What the fuck, bro? Be
Good
careful,
job.
what the
Very
hell?
good job.
Oh shit, we haven't. Oh, we missed the start, bro.
Green, green, green. Go left.
What are you doing, man? Holy fuck.
Brayton, it's you again, bro. Yo, Brayton.
Full of fucking retards and this shit, dude.
The car in P1 just set the fastest lap. 57.736. You just set the fastest lap. The car behind is pitting. Left side. Stay on the right. You've got the fastest lap. Clear. Left side. Clear on the left. The car behind has gone off. You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 1.2 seconds. 5 minutes to go. You've got the fastest lap. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 8.4 seconds. Car on your left. You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 1.1 seconds. Clear. The leader just did a 58.657. Car on your left. Clear. Car stopped on the right. Car stopped on the right. You got it. Slow car on the right. You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 1.3 seconds. Left side. Still there. Still there. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Car right. Clear. Right side. Keep to the left. Clear. Car right. Clear on the right. You got a slow car on the left. You got a slow car on the left. Car stopped ahead. Go right.
Oh no, why you braking, bro?
White flag this time. We got damage on the front end. You're losing on the car in front. The gap is 5.6 seconds. The car behind is closing on you. The gap is 1.7 seconds. The car behind is pitting. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straight.
What are you doing? Why are you
Slow
blocking me
car
for?
ahead. Go
I'm not even
right. There's an
racing
incident
you.
ahead.
Oh my god, Brayton, you did it again, bro.
Son, you idiot. I'm a lap down, I got some fucking dumbass cunt thinking that I'm going to take his position, like hello?
Every race, bro, you have a bad luck, bro.
I'm trying to race someone that's like on the same lap as you, sad cunt.
Hope you get a good race after this, bro.
All right, there's the checkered flag.
Oh no, why you are quitting, bro? What the fuck? I just wanna train you. What the hell?
So buat apa? Kecuali lu seorang direktur film ternama atau lu konten kreator ternama yang memang punya kalkulasi gamma, color, gamut yang harus dilakukan. Kalau lu berbisnis percetakan atau lu berbisnis periklanan atau lu berbisnis desain grafis, memang lu butuh. Itu ada value di situ guys. Itu worth it. Itu investasi. Lu beli TV yang super canggih, super akurat warnanya. Itu worth it. Tapi kalau lu pakai itu cuma buat main Mobile Legends guys, gua rasa nggak ada bedanya. Mau pakai layar apa LED, Ultra HD, OLED kan nggak ada bedanya. Jadi lu pikir lagi sebelum lu ganti laptop lu, mau ganti laptop baru. Sebetulnya laptop lama lu jangan cukup, cuma butuh ganti RAM atau ganti SSD-nya doang. Pikir lagi. So lu harus mulai berpikir secara logis, secara clear. Gunakan gadget lu dengan benar, minimal 3-4 tahun sampai benar-benar lu yakin lu butuh upgrade. Gua sih ya detik dimana gua ganti handphone itu ketika handphonenya udah gak bisa hidup lagi guys. Kalau cuma retak-retak dikit biasa aja, gak ada masalah. Kameranya gak jalan, gak ada masalah. Tapi begitu dia gak bisa aktif lagi kayak handphone yang ada di belakang kameramen kita, karena memang udah gak bisa hidup lagi, aku gua ganti. Selesai. Selama masih ada kresek-kresek suaranya masih bisa gua denger 70%, udah rusak ya, tapi 70% masih bisa gua denger sih suaranya. Atau monitornya, layarnya masih bisa gua pakai. Mungkin ada titik-titik hitam atau ada retak-retak atau gua pakai sampai kemudian mati total. That's it. Dan lu harus pertimbangkan buat beli gadget second atau seri sebelumnya, karena biasanya lebih murah, udah speknya canggih, high end, tapi karena ada seri yang lebih baru, harga dia jadi lebih murah. Kalau gue lebih prefer beli yang itu sih. Makanya lu udah tau lah kalau investor ya kayak gue anti beli mobil baru, dengan gue beli yang second. Kenapa? Gue bisa dapat diskon 50%. Kenapa enggak? Padahal cuma second setahun atau 2 tahun. Kilometer juga rendah, bawa ke bengkel general check up masih bagus. Gue sih lebih prefer begitu. Diskon, juga investor bisa beli saham ada diskon, kenapa harus beli overprice kan begitu. Jadi lu mulai belajar membedakan. Udah penting belum lu upgrade gadget, tambah produktifnya, tambah hemat, dan kasih value dalam hidup. Kalau nggak tahan diri lu, ngapain upgrade gadget baru? Jangan-jangan itu cuma kepengenan lu doang, lu nggak butuh gadget baru. Pikir itu. Nah yang ketiga yang parah adalah belanja gara-gara diskon. Nah ini jebakan Batman guys. Jadi lu belanja gara-gara ada diskon, bukan karena butuh banyak orang. Contoh, kemarin ada promosi, beli anggur, beli 2 dapat 1, beli 2 dapat 1. Padahal orang pergi ke toko tadi cuma berniat beli 1 anggur, tapi dia pulang dari toko bawa 3 anggur. Ditanya, kenapa bawanya 3 banyak banget? Karena kalau beli 2 dapat 1. Lu nggak pernah berpikir, jangan-jangan sebetulnya lu nggak butuhkan itu. Begitu lu masuk anggur itu ke dalam kulkas, lu busuk lu. Karena lu nggak bisa habisin juga sebanyak itu secepat itu. Bahkan ada yang nggak muat kulkasnya, ujung-ujungnya busuk juga di luar. Orang niatnya cuma beli 1, tiba-tiba jadi beli 3. Dia berpikir dia bisa hemat, terus gratis 1. Yang dia tidak pikir, tadinya dia cuma mau beli 1, tiba-tiba jadi belanja 2. Ujung-ujungnya lu belanja 2 kali lipat lebih banyak dibandingkan yang seharusnya. Tapi mindset lu dilatih buat berhemat. Tapi berhemat dari mana? Ya karena dapat 1 bang. Enggak, lu tuh keluar 2. Lu bukan dapat 1, lu itu keluar 2 guys. Pikir belanja gara-gara diskon ini jebakan Batman. Atau ada lagi, beli 1, nanti barang yang kedua diskon 50%. Wah, lumayan nih diskon 50%. Tidak. Yang ada itu keluar 150%. Iya dong, tadinya lu cuma mau keluarin 100%. Tiba-tiba lu beli 2, itu jadi keluar 150%. So, apakah itu benar-benar berhemat? Enggak, ujung-ujungnya beli barang yang lu butuhkan. Dan ini lu harus belajar stop. Karena sale, mega discount, mega sale ini membuat orang-orang bisa terpancing membeli barang-barang lebih murah asumsinya. Padahal sebenarnya
Yeah, qualifying is for pussy, bro. Quali is for pussies.
What's worse?
It's Toriko again, bro.
This is the world's highest paying slot machine. If you line up 10 of the same symbol, you win a jackpot of $10 billion. If you line up 50, you'll land on the Forbes billionaires list as the world's richest person. And if you line up 100, you'll own 98% of the world's wealth. But this slot machine is also known as the gambler's endgame because it has 100 faces both horizontally and vertically, and it spins at a speed of 300,000 kilometers per second. For the average person, it's nearly impossible to match even two of the same symbol without some incredible luck. Thousands of gamblers have tried and lost everything, and no one has even come close to matching 20 symbols. The legendary 100 symbol jackpot? That's just a publicity stunt. But one of the four heavenly kings, Coco, decides to take on the challenge. Every time the slot machine is activated, it consumes a $1 million food coin. Toriko and Komatsu are immediately drawn to these coins as soon as they walk into the casino. They swipe their credit cards like crazy, and by the time they're ready to play, they've already eaten 500 million food coins. Coco sits at the control panel, casually drops a $1 million food coin in, and hits the start button. The machine begins spinning wildly. To the average person, the symbols are a blur, but Coco has the ability to see electromagnetic waves. To him, the screen appears in slow motion. With every press of the confirm button, one drumstick, two drumsticks, three drumsticks identical chicken legs line up on the same horizontal line. The audience is growing more and more excited. As the reels spin, the symbols on the far right spin faster. This would confuse most people, but there's no hesitation on Coco's face. In the midst of Komatsu's shocked expression, the wheel finally stops on its last spin. 100 chicken legs line up in a row, and the crowd erupts in cheers, as if they've just won $5 million themselves. The staff in the back room keep replaying the footage, trying to figure out if they cheated, but all they see is Coco's perfect control of the slot machine. The three of them become the world's richest individuals, and Coco calmly stands up, gazing at the camera behind him, knowing that the true treasure in the casino isn't the jackpots on the floor, but the hidden area that's never shown to the public. This is the world's highest paying slot machine. If you
Yeah, let's watch Toriko and it later soon, bro. Seems legit with the JoJo style main character on it.
You think you're so slick, huh? Keeping secrets from executives here at the higher level of the studios behind King of Meat. We're expecting this game to be pulling 100,000 concurrent players, but unfortunately, reality was a cruel mistress. She came through and slapped the fuck out of them. They couldn't even get a tiny whiff of 4 digits because this game peaked at 320 during a free weekend. King of Meat is typically a $30 game. It's $30 right now. And that's what I paid in order to play this. Anytime I have a chance to be part of history for like these kind of unbelievable bombs, like these absolute septic tank explosions of financial ruin, I have to spend my money to at least be there, put boots on the ground to experience it. So I did spend $30 to play King of Meat to see if it really is just fucking terrible, and that's why no one played it. I've got a whole video of it up on my gaming channel, Moist Critical Gaming. Go subscribe, go check that shit out. Now, like I said, this is a...
Rich Dad Poor Dad is one of those finance...
I'm Alex Albon, and this is the PC238. I'm Alex Albon, and this is the PC238. At Latium Williams Racing here at Komatsu's factory in Thailand, I'm here to review the PC238. Seen at job sites around the world, it's one of Komatsu's most popular machines. Okay, I'm going to go inside to meet the team and see the machine.
My god, he's treated like a local hero, bro. But he is indeed happy for him, bro.
The estimated strength of field is 1,398. It's competitive out there. Head down, stay sharp. Everyone's gridded. Green flag, green flag. Car right,
no,
you're in the
that's
middle,
wrong, bro.
3
What the
wide.
fuck?
Clear on the left, 2 wide. Clear. Right side. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear.
Oh my god.
Car right. Clear on the right. We got damage on the front end. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straight. Car right. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Go right. Clear on the left. Left side. Stay on the right. Clear. You got a slow car on the left. Go right. Go left.
Oh fuck, almost, bro.
Car right. Clear on the right. Left side. Still there, hold your line. Clear. Left side. Still there. Clear. The car in P5 just set the fastest lap. 57.726. The car in P10 just set the fastest lap. 57.641. You got a slow car on the left. Car stop on the left. Go right. You got a slow car on the right. Go left. Go left. There's an incident ahead. The car in P4 just set the fastest lap. 57.604. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. Five minutes to go. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right. Go left. Car right. Clear. The leader is running 57.766. You're in the top 10. Car on your left. Clear. Slow car ahead. Go right.
Holy fuck.
You're in the top 10. You're gaining on the car in front. The gap is 3.7 seconds. White flag. One more lap to go. You got a slow car on the left. Right side. Clear. Car stopped ahead. There's an incident ahead.
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
Checkered flag, checkered flag.
What the hell?
And finally, we're here, the PC238. Let's give it a shout out. I like the number 23. This is, in all its glory, a big blue digger. I do quite like this color. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but you can actually spec these in any color you want. Let's talk about the overall shape. Arguably pretty aggressive. I'll take you to the front first. I think that's where we should start with. This is the bucket. You have some pretty aggressive, they're called teeth. They look like teeth. Not my teeth, but they do look like teeth. How big is this bucket? How much can we scoop? 1.2 tons. We can scoop 1.2 tons in a bucket. 1.2 tons in there, I guess, of dirt, gravel, whatever your bucket needs are. We have this massive, I guess it's called a boom. Got good boom leverage. And let's talk about this. This is kind of like, I think, where digger drivers kind of brag about. It's all about your hydraulic cylinders. The bigger your hydraulic cylinders, the better. That's the chat. And now we come around the rear of the digger. I think it's got quite good proportions. It is rear-engined, and there is what is called the counterweight here to offset the massive bucket and all the tonnage of gravel that you're pulling. I actually quite like the back of it. I think it looks quite racy. We have a rear view camera, as you can see. And then, of course, you can see the exhaust. Is it a single piped exhaust? We've only got one exhaust pipe. It's actually quite a big exhaust pipe, so. It looks like a tuned up aftermarket style exhaust, if you know what I mean. Pops and bangs. And that's the exterior done with. Let's move on to the interior. Unlike most cars, we do need a ladder. This ladder is optional. It's actually not included. This is aftermarket. Whoa. Okay, and here we are. It's not your conventional setup. Firstly, it's one-seater, but the positives are visibility. Fantastic. Possibly best visibility, apart from your right-hand side, where there's the machine. Ride height, visibility, great. I'd say this is on par with a lorry. Steering setup, interesting. No steering wheel. We've got these pedals to go forwards and backwards. We have this one to go left and right, and then we have this one to operate the scoop. We've got two cup holders here. One will pass the large water bottle test. 2 sockets here for in case you want to charge up your phone. You have no dashboard, but you do clearly have an infotainment system. So shall we start that up? Oh, we've got that fresh air. We're in Thailand at the minute, and it's hot as hell. Infotainment system, all the fuel, the running time, I think the load, the scoop, and all kind of random stuff. The rear view camera, pretty actually good quality camera. Also, we have a sunroof. I did not expect that. But I'm turning the AC back on because it's wham. So within the infotainment system, there's also live telemetry, which I found pretty cool. So actually, this is connected to the World Wide Web, and I believe Komatsu HQ have full access to it. They can look at your data, can tell you where you're scooping wrong to improve your scooping needs. Another cool feature, what I'm in now is called ROPS. It's a rollover protection system. It's basically a full roll cage. So it doesn't have the bars that we are normally used to. But if you do end up on your side or on your roof, you're in good hands. That's nice to know that I'm safe in here. Cold start. Rev. I can't rev it without going forwards. No rev check, just idle. All in all, the interior is fantastic. I think it's highly functional and it's very comfortable. This is a beast of an engine. This is a 6.7 litre, 6-cylinder diesel engine. This is 164 horsepower, which is 6 times less powerful than a Formula 1 car, but it has 6 times more torque. Could you imagine this thing going up the hill of Eau Rouge? Top speed, 5.5 kilometers an hour. To put that into perspective, my top speed is around 364. So yeah, not built for top speed. If we were to put the PC238 around Silverstone for a full race, it would take around 54 hours to finish. It's going to get lapped a few times. But it's not built for speed. It's built for productivity. I'm about to do my seat for next year, actually, but to be honest with you, these seats fit perfectly. They're extremely comfortable, and they're extremely movable. Right. Oh. Yeah, I might take this with me. This is the pumping area. So they pump in the fuel, but also all the hydraulic oil that's needed. It's basically like a Formula 1 car, but industrial. And we're moving on to the tracks. So these are basically the tires for the car, for the digger. And these last 5,000 hours, which lasts a lot longer than my slicks. I think on these sets, I could most probably do the whole championship. Well, that's it for me here in Komatsu. The PC238 definitely lived up to the hype with its high-tech safety features and impressive performance. Until next time.
It's very
Rich Dad, Poor Dad is one of those finance books that I wish I had read when I was 14 or 15 years old. I strongly recommend reading the book or watching this video because I will be doing a detailed summary of all 7 key lessons. Lesson number 1, the rich don't work for money. When he was 9 years old, Robert and his childhood friend Mike weren't invited to a classmate's beach house because they were poor kids. Robert came home and asked his dad how to become rich, and the only response he got was, "You have to learn how to make more money." Even as a kid, Robert understood that this advice wasn't going to help him to become rich. Robert's father, whom Robert calls his poor dad, was a teacher and made a good living, but always struggled financially. Seeing how determined Robert and his friend Mike were to learn about making more money, Robert's dad, the poor dad, advised them to go and talk to Mike's dad, whom Robert called his rich dad. Both Robert and Mike were quite surprised because Rich Dad wasn't rich yet. Plus, he never finished 8th grade, but ran multiple successful businesses. Nevertheless, they went to meet Mike's dad. On the day of the meeting, he asked them if they were ready to learn how to make money. They were excited and nodded their heads quickly. He then made them an offer. He said that he would teach them how to make money, but not in a classroom style. He would only teach them if they worked for him. According to him, he would be wasting his time if they just wanted to sit and listen as they did in school. They could learn faster if they worked for him. Robert wanted to ask a question, but he didn't give them a chance. He said if they couldn't make up their mind decisively, then they would never learn to make money. Opportunities come and go, and being able to know when to make quick decisions is an important skill. They knew they had to make a decision. Robert and Mike looked at each other and both agreed to take the offer. Mike's dad was pleased and said he would pay them 10 cents an hour, and they would work 3 hours every Saturday. Even though Robert had a softball game that day, he chose to work and learn instead of playing. He knew this was his opportunity, and he didn't want to waste it. So, Robert and Mike started working for Mrs. Martin, who was an employee of Mike's dad, and used to take care of a small supermarket. They were the kind of stores where people bought essentials like milk, bread, butter, and cigarettes. The only problem was that the stores didn't have air conditioning, so they had to keep the doors wide open to the road and parking lot, which meant that dust would swirl and settle inside every time a car drove by. Their job was to take canned goods off the shelves, brush them with a feather duster to get the dust off, and then restack them neatly. It was mind-numbingly boring work. They worked for 3 hours every Saturday and got paid 30 cents, which was not very exciting for them, since one comic book cost 10 cents back then. They did it because they wanted to learn how to make money. But after 3 weeks of doing this, Robert was ready to quit. He felt like a slave, working for just 10 cents an hour, and hadn't even seen Mike's dad since the first meeting. So, at lunchtime on the 4th week, he told Mike that he was quitting. The school was boring enough, and he didn't want to waste his Saturdays doing this job anymore. He was done. To his surprise, Mike started smiling and said that
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting, retyping.
his dad had expected this to happen. He had told Mike to meet with him when Robert was ready to quit. It made Robert mad, but Mike said that his father's way of teaching was different from Robert's parents. He didn't like to lecture and used experience as a way of teaching. Robert agreed to meet with Mike's dad the following Saturday to hear him out. Even his real dad was angry with Mike's dad. Robert's poor dad had advised him to demand a raise of at least 25 cents an hour and to quit if he didn't get it. When Robert arrived at Mike's house, he was made to wait in line for 45 minutes before Mike's dad finally appeared. Frustrated and angry, Robert told Mike's dad that he had not kept his end of the bargain. He had promised to teach him if he worked for him, but he had not fulfilled his promise. Robert accused him of being greedy and not respecting his employees. He asked Robert if teaching meant talking or giving a lecture, and Robert replied with a nod. Rich Dad told him that life is the best teacher of all and that most of the time, life does not talk to you. He explained that life often pushes us around to teach us something. Some people let life push them around while others fight back against the wrong things, such as their job, boss, or spouse. But only a few people welcome life's push as an opportunity to learn and grow. Rich Dad said that he had over 150 employees, but none of them had ever asked him to teach them about money. They only sought jobs and paychecks, never really grasping the purpose of their work. However, when Mike told him that both of them wanted to learn how to make money, Rich Dad decided to create a program that mirrored real-life experiences. He paid them a mere 10 cents an hour, which initially made them angry. But he explained that he wanted them to experience life's push so that they could understand what he was trying to teach. When Rich Dad asked Robert what he had learned from working for such a low wage, he complained about his greed and lack of respect for his workers. He even threatened to quit if his rich dad didn't pay him more or teach him more. Rich Dad explained that most people would do exactly what he was suggesting: quit and look for a higher paying job. However, this usually wouldn't solve their problems. He wanted Robert to understand that waiting for a raise, thinking that more money would solve his problems, was not the solution. The solution is to make money work for you. Robert was slowly starting to understand the lesson Rich Dad was trying to teach. Rich Dad asked if Robert still had a passion to learn. When Robert said yes, he told him he was going to stop paying him for the work at the store. Robert was confused. He came for a raise, but now he was going to work for free? Rich Dad said that if he wanted to make more money, then he needed to use his head and figure it out. Robert and Mike worked for free for 3 weeks. One day, Mike's dad showed up and took the boys outside for ice cream. Rich Dad asked if they learned anything yet. They said no. The Rich Dad told them they better hurry and start thinking about the lesson that was staring at them. To explain the lesson, he asked the boys to look at Mrs. Martin and the people in the park and think if the life they were living seemed exciting to them. They worked hard for little money their whole lives, clinging to the illusion of job security and looking forward to a 3-week vacation each year and maybe a pension after 45 years of service. Rich Dad said if this kind of life excited them, he would be willing to offer them a raise of 25 cents an hour. Their heartbeats raised, and they knew it would mean so much to them, but still, they said no. Seeing their resistance, Rich Dad raised his offer to $1 an hour, then $2. Each time he raised his offer, Robert's heart started exploding, and his brain was pushing him to take the offer. He knew $2 an hour would have made him the richest kid in the world. He couldn't imagine earning that kind of money. He wanted to say yes. He could picture a new bicycle, a new baseball glove, and the adoration of his friends when he flashed some cash. But somehow his mouth stayed shut. Rich Dad was looking at 2 boys staring back at him, eyes wide open and brains empty. He was testing them, and he knew there was a part of their emotions that wanted to take the deal. He understood that every person has a weak and needy part of their soul that can be bought. And he knew that every individual also had a part of their soul that was resilient and could never be bought. It was only a question of which one was stronger. So he made a final offer of $5 an hour. Suddenly, the boys' expressions changed, and their empty looks changed into calmness. It felt their temptation disappear in the second. They felt the part of their soul that was weak and needy was silenced and taken over by the part that had no price. The Rich Dad said it was good they didn't have a price. Most people did because their lives were controlled by fear and greed. Fear of being without money makes them work hard and earn a paycheck. But once they have that money, greed gets them thinking about all the things they could buy, which makes them need more money, which makes them spend more and work more. It's what the Rich Dad called the rat race. Mike asked if there was another way, and Rich Dad said there was, but not many people knew about it. Mike wanted to know what it was, and Rich Dad said they would learn it while working with him for no pay. Mike asked for a hint, and Rich Dad replied that the first step is to tell the truth. When asked what truth, he replied that it was about how they feel, and they must confess it to themselves, not others. Rich Dad expressed doubt that the people working for him were capable of confessing their truth. Instead, they feel the fear of not having money and respond emotionally rather than logically. They do not confront their fear, and their emotions control their brains. They work to earn money, hoping it will relieve their fear, but it never does. Money governs their emotions and souls, and they refuse to acknowledge this truth. Rich Dad urged them to avoid this trap, stating that being rich does not solve the problem. When asked why, he introduced the other key emotion: desire.
The estimated strength of field is 1,435. Tight field today, look for opportunities. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Green, green, green. Car on your left. Clear. There's an incident ahead. You got a slow car on the right.
Whoa.
Go right. Car on your left. You got a slow car on the right. Clear on the left. You got a slow car on the right.
It's not fun anymore, bro.
Left side, you're on the right, 3 wide. Left side, 2 wide. Stay on the right. Clear on the left, you're in the top 10. Car right, clear. Car right, clear. Right side, clear on the right. Car on your left. Clear on the left.
That's nice, bro.
Car right. Clear on the right. Left side. Clear.
Oh, no. Sorry, lose control, bro. Ah.
All the damage is repairable. Okay, go. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. Five minutes to go. You've just set your fastest lap of the session. The leader is running 57.839. That was your fastest lap of the session. Car on your left. Stay on the right. Clear. Car stop on the left. Left side, you're on the right.
Yo,
Green
orange,
wide,
that's
clear.
illegal, bro. You change lane every second, bro. What the fuck? Just report him for blocking, bro. I will help you reporting him.
Last lap. Slow car ahead. Car stop on the left. There's an incident ahead. Go right. Car stopped ahead. Car stopped ahead. Checkered flag, checkered flag. Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. One more lap. All right, there's the checkered flag. The estimated SOF is 1,409. Points Racing. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Green, green, green. There's an incident behind. 5 minutes to go. You're pulling away from the car behind. The gap is 2 seconds. White flag, nice and smooth.
Yo, are you okay, mate?
You won. You drove a great race.
Mengelola perusahaan bukanlah hal yang sederhana. Dari perencanaan strategi hingga...
It's common for people to desire things that are better, prettier, or more exciting. They often work for money because they think it will make them happy. But the happiness from money is short-lived. Many rich people are actually driven by fear, thinking that money will make them feel secure. However, they end up fearing losing it all, which makes them more anxious than when they were poor. Emotions often control our thinking, and fear can lead us to make decisions that don't solve the real problem. For example, when someone is afraid of not having enough money, they might think getting a job is the only solution. But in reality, a job is only a temporary fix for a long-term problem. It's important to learn how to think for ourselves and not let our emotions control us. Rich Dad said that he saw hope when both of the boys agreed to work for free. And they also took the first step when they resisted their emotions when Rich Dad tempted them with more money. They were learning to think in spite of being emotionally charged. He told them to keep working, and the sooner they forget about needing a paycheck, the easier their adult life would be. He encouraged them to keep using their brain, work for free, and soon their mind would show them ways of making money far beyond what he could ever pay them. They would be able to see things that others couldn't. The moment they saw one opportunity, they would see them for the rest of their lives. The boys did as Rich Dad advised, and pretty soon they saw an opportunity in creating a library where kids could pay an admission fee and read as many comic books as they wanted. They hired Mike's younger sister to be the head librarian. She charged each child 10 cents for admission to the library. It was a bargain for the kids since a comic book cost 10 cents each, and they could read 5 or 6 in 2 hours. Mike and Robert averaged $9.50 per week over a 3-month period. They paid his sister $1 a week and allowed her to read the comics for free. They had to close the library after 3 months because of a fight that took place there, but they had already learned how to make money work for them even when they weren't physically present. They had to pay for admission, younger sister admission fee, and pretty soon they saw an opportunity in lives. The boys, the moment they saw one opportunity, they would be able to see things that others couldn't. The moment they saw one opportunity, they would see them for the rest of their lives. The boys did as Rich Dad advised, and pretty soon they saw an opportunity in creating a library where kids could pay an admission fee and read as many comic books as they wanted. They hired Mike's younger sister to be the head librarian. She charged each child 10 cents for admission to the library. It was a bargain for the kids since a comic book cost 10 cents each, and they could read 5 or 6 in 2 hours. Mike and Robert averaged $9.50 per week over a 3-month period. They paid his sister $1 a week and allowed her to read the comics for free. They had to close the library after 3 months because of a fight that took place there, but they had already learned how to make money work for them even when they weren't physically present. They had learned the first lesson, which was, the rich don't work for money. They were ready to learn more, and Mike's dad was ready to teach them. Lesson 2. Why teach financial literacy? When people ask Robert where he started getting rich, he gives them the same answer his rich dad gave him. If you want to be rich, you need to be financially literate. For example, accounting is a subject that is boring, confusing, but absolutely crucial to financial success. To make it easy, Rich Dad used pictures and simple language to teach it to the two boys. One of the first things Rich Dad explained to Robert and Mike was the difference between an asset and a liability. He said that if you want to be rich, the only thing you need to do is buy assets. That's all you need to know to get rich. But Mike was the difference between an asset. One of the first things Rich Dad explained to Robert and Mike was the difference between an asset and a liability. He said that if you want to be rich, the only thing you need to do is buy assets. That's all you need to know to get rich. But despite it being so simple, it's something that many people don't understand. When Rich Dad first explained it to Robert and Mike, they thought he was joking because the concept was so simple. How could adults not understand this? Shouldn't everyone be rich? Get rich. But despite it being so, you need to do is buy assets. That's all you need to know to get rich. But despite it being so simple, it's something that many people don't understand. When Rich Dad first explained it to Robert and Mike, they thought he was joking because the concept was so simple. How could adults not understand this? Shouldn't everyone be rich? The problem is that most people have been educated differently by bankers, financial planners, and others. So they must unlearn what they think they know. And because of that, they buy liabilities thinking that they are assets. Robert uses simple definitions for assets and liabilities. An asset is something that puts money in your pocket, and a liability is something that takes money out of your pocket. This is the cash flow pattern of an asset. The top part of the diagram is an income statement, often called a profit and loss statement. It measures income and expenses, money in and money out. The lower part of the diagram is a balance sheet. It's called that because it's supposed to balance assets against liabilities. Assets add to your income, they put money in your pocket. For example, if you have a house and you rent it out, then it's an asset because it puts money in your pocket every month. And this is the cash flow pattern of a liability. A liability takes money out of your pocket. If you want to be rich, what you need to do is to avoid a income statement, often called a profit and loss statement. It measures income and expenses, money in and money out. The lower part of the diagram is a balance sheet. It's called that because it's supposed to balance assets against liabilities. Assets add to your income, they put money in your pocket. For example, if you have a house and you rent it out, then it's an asset because it puts money in your pocket every month. And this is the cash flow pattern of a liability. A liability takes money out of your pocket. If you want to be rich, what you need to do is to avoid liabilities and instead buy more assets. Through these simplified diagrams, you can easily tell how each person handles money. Robert says often those in debt think the answer to their problem is to make more money. But not only will more money not always solve their problems, it may compound them. It's why many people who get a sudden windfall through the lottery or an inheritance quickly burn through it. An increase in cash only results in an increase in spending. What is missing for so many people is the financial education. It's why they might still end up successful in their professions, but still struggle with money. They may have learned how to make money, but not how to manage it. People can be very intelligent and still be illiterate when it comes to finances. They learned how to work hard for money, but not how to make their money work hard for them. Many people still believe that their home is an asset, but Robert teaches that a home is a liability.
Green flag, green flag. Okay, here comes your first timed lap. One more lap. All right, there's the checkered flag. The estimated strength of field is 1,472. Keep it clean. A DNF today would hurt our points a lot.
Mic check. Roger.
Green flag, green flag. Car right, the next car's the leader. Clear on the right, right side. Clear on the right. Right side. Clear on the right. We've got damage on the back end. Reduced aero might slow you down on the straights. Car on your left. Still there. Clear on the left. Car right. Clear. Right side. Stay on the left. Stay on the left. You're in the middle, 3 wide.
What the
Clear
fuck?
all
You did it
around.
twice, bro. What the hell?
There's an incident ahead, right side. Stay on the left. Clear. You've got wheel damage. Looks like one of your wheels is out of alignment. You'll have less grip out there. We've got damage on the front end. We've got damage on the back end. all the damage is
Come on, Lee, hold it together.
ready. 5 minutes to go. Car on your left. Clear on the left. Car on your left. Still there, hold your line. Still there. Clear on the left. White flag this time. Cast off the head. Go right. Car stopped on the right. Left side, go left. Clear on the left. There's the flag. It's over.
Because it takes money out of your pocket through taxes and other expenses. This doesn't mean you can't ever buy a house. You can, of course. But make sure to first buy assets that will generate the cash flow to pay for the house. Robert says if you want to get rich, all you need to do is to buy more income-producing assets, keep your liabilities and expenses low. And when will you know that you already have enough wealth? Robert uses the following definition for wealth. Wealth is a person's ability to survive so many number of days forward, or if I stopped working today, how long could I survive? Another way of stating it, wealth is the measure of the cash flow from the asset column compared with the expense column. When your assets generate enough income to cover your expenses, you are wealthy, even if you are not yet rich. Lesson 3. Mind your own business. A friend of Robert heard Ray Kroc, the founder of McDonald's, speak at the University of Texas in 1974. Afterward, Ray agreed to join the students at their favorite hangout for a few beers. He asked the students what business he was in. At first, they laughed, and then they